Okay. All right. Here. Hear me out. Hear me out, everybody. It's crazy. Okay. Oh, somehow these are not backed up the way that they're supposed to be. I don't know why. Don't know how. Don't know what's going on. Need to go figure it out. What up, everybody? I'm back playing some more Satisfactory. And I had a really cool position earlier, then I saw there was a problem, and I ran down to see what the problem was, and I didn't get back up to the really cool spot that I had. That's fine. Also, is this ever so slightly, like... Meh. I think that's better. Anyway, so... my plan today, is to get the... what's-its all squared away. What do I mean by that? Well... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's only 6 of these, and they're using a perfect amount of these things. I don't understand why that thing's not backing up the way it's supposed to, but whatever. Anyway, look at what I built. Look at what I built in the offline, everybody. Whee! Oh, this was like 3 hours of my life, was building these things. And getting them put in place, and getting them connected to power, and everything. And, well, I don't even think all of them are connected to power. I don't think these are connected to power yet. But that's beside the point, These, however, are all connected to power. These all have power going into them. Everything's going great. My goal today is to get the belts and the splitters and the outputs and the whatevers. Oh, we got to do like a bunch of pipe stuff too. I'll do the pipe stuff as well. But my plan is to try and get this online today. Because, well, I don't know if I can do that either. Because essentially what this is going to look like, let's consult the plans for a second. Oh, I've also got other plans built for other stuff, but let's consult the plans for a hot second. Well, I figured this out, so let's see. So if I go over to here, we know that this is all set up to be normal, but this is the big kicker. So we have 2,250, which means 1,125 from... splitting that in half. So 45 of the what's-its are going to be... So essentially 2 of 45 goes into these things, and we have these split up into 2, so it all works out perfectly. Basically, what we're going to be doing is trying to get this turned on and done. So these all need to be connected to our water, to the belt system, so that these can have a place to go. These will have a place to go. Once that has a place to go, we can turn this stuff on because this stuff's already connected and ready to go. That's the brilliant part of it. Like, this is already done, this is already done, this is already done. And if we do that, then we can just sync these 20. We can just sync them. And we will have an additional 562 power. Isn't that neat? Isn't that wonderful? And so, in order to... make that possible, though, I need to get the splitters and the mergers and everything connected into these things. We got to get pipes set up. We got to get all of that. So 90 setups need to be done. And they're going to look... the only one that's done is all the way over here on the end. The only one that's done is all the way over... Oh, I also need to remove this power. This power is, like, pointless. It doesn't do anything anymore. Because they're all connected in the back. But you see how, like, neat and clean all the wires are? They're all connected. Everything looks good over here. Once the belts are in, everything's going to look good. Everything's going to look wonderful. Everyone's going to be happy. Right? Right. So it's going to look a little something kind of like this. This is the current setup plan. So we're going to have our water here, which I should actually just color that right now. We're going to have our output, which I should color right now. So our output should be the waste barrel. And this should be our input, which should be our sort of green color. So it's going to be coming out of there and going into these. Now, if I'm recalling correctly, let me look at my plans. The 1,005, I don't know, 45. So all of those inputs, literally all of them, all of these outputs should be all connected together. And so this one, let me just double make sure, because all of this goes through this line. All of this is the fuel rods that we're looking at. They all connect up into, I need to sneeze. Nope. Oh, it ain't happening. All right. Fine. We're fine. Get connected into this output. This output goes all the way over to here. This singular output from all these machines feeds all of these. All of these get fed by this. So I'm gonna have to have another splitter system going along right here, which let's just build that real fast. Because I'm gonna have another splitter system going through here, and this will be the main splitter system that goes into all of these, and we'll start dividing that up, right? Right. And I need to disconnect that. And I cannot disconnect this yet because I want everything else to work the way that it's supposed to, so we're gonna have to figure that out. But my plan will be thus, is to get these belts connected so that this can funnel and fill as much as it can. I will turn I can probably get rid of these lines right here that power all of them, and we will replace them when the time is right. I don't want to do this main line because this main line also goes to power all of our water stuff. Oh, I guess I need to get our water stuff set up too. Oh, crap. Uh-oh. Well, you know what? You know what? Oh, boy. So I guess the question is, do I want to deal with water first? Or, oh, and I've started getting all the infrastructure ready for, like, you know, piping and everything. So do we want to do piping first, or do I want to get belts set up? If I do belts now, so long as they don't have water, it won't matter. Because that stuff will run and it could fill those belts. So maybe I do this first. Yeah, I kind of started to do this, right? Like, I started a line, and what I'll basically do is replicate that line this many times. Get it set up. We'll get the pipe in place for all of them. And everything can work out. Just go knocking. Oh, Ahsoka. Hi, Ahsoka. How's it going? Oh, I have great news for all of my lemon enjoyers. I finally added the lime. So the lime is added. Oh wait, didn't I make a thing for this? I could have swore I made a blueprint for this. Just a quick, where did I put it? Where did it go? Yeah, fast nuke merge split. Before I do that. Ooh. Yep, there it is. Oh, I don't know what volume's like on your end, but it might need to go up a little bit for you all. But I finally got the creepy giggle in there. Alright, let's color these properly. So yeah, that's kind of all I want. Save that. Soka, how goes your Wednesday? How is the Wednesday? I hope it's good. Alright, I was able to get to the part 3 that I wanted. So I have 3 parts of the Silent Hill ready to go. which is great news. Because that means I can spend this weekend getting videos made and everything, and then I'll have time to edit the next ones without worry. So that's very exciting. That way I don't have to sit there and, like, fret about, like, oh no, I'm gonna be so far behind. I'm gonna have, like, 3 weeks of time to get another thing done, which I think will only be, like, maybe a 1 or 2-parter. I don't know. Figure it out. What up, Troy? How's it going? If you like factory building games, you should try Arknight's Enfield. I have not heard of this. What is this? Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. Is it on this? Let's see. Thry, how goes your day? Arknights. And nope, it's not that. I wonder if I gotta look it up over here then. What the hell is this? This looks awful. Why on earth would you... Ooh. Oh, this looks terrifying. This looks awful. Adding this to my wish list. Because I can. My dig goes well. Good. Let me see. Oh, it's a mobile game. Oh, I've seen this. Oh. I haven't looked super into it, if you know what I mean. But it's like, it's a brand. I think it's like relatively new. But I've seen how some of the building works, and it's like a little mobile, little MOBA, kind of, almost like a gotcha. Yeah, it came out a week ago. Yeah, it's like, I've seen one of my YouTubers played a little bit of it, and seemed to be having fun, so mobile makes it a bit tricky, because I don't know how I would get the mobile to work on the thing. Alright, so that's gonna go there. Then we can do the same thing all the way across. Did this one line up properly? Yeah, this one line up properly. Metaphor going well, I see. Yay, did you see all the steps I took to make sure that it was gonna continue to go well? Like, you know, timing out everything, getting a plan in place, make sure that, you know, nothing falls apart, nothing blows up. I'm trying to make certain that I have all the opportunity to make sure that I get all the stuff done. Talk to all the people and everything. But yeah. I mean, you over-leveled. I did kind of do that. The over-leveling was honestly kind of by accident, because I wanted the fruit things that the chests were dropping, and it turns out just doing that enough was a big factor in all of a sudden being like, oh yeah, now you can be like all the way up here as far as level goes. And I was like, okay. I mean, so there we are. But that being said, not necessarily a bad thing. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, so we have a few extra levels, but that's not bad. And, I mean, do I even need to hit level 99? I kind of want to. I kind of want to, but there's a place for that. Like, and we're not there yet. Like, we're not at that place yet, so it's gonna be fine. Yep. There's a spot that people told me is a good, like, the internet told me, hey, here's a good spot for doing that. If you want to go all the way up to 99, do this. But if you want to be able to even have all of the archetypes for the MC, you gotta do this little grindy spot. And I was like, oh, I'm right there, actually, so neat. That worked out great. I was a little upset that I went and did the volcano level, and only to find out, hey, you're gonna have to go back to the dumb volcano level, and I'm like, I could have killed two birds with one stone, but no. Trying to figure out what's after Persona 3 is sort of ahead. I mean, Persona 3 is going to have to happen, and that's going to take up another... We'll apply... Well, how long do you think that's going to take us into? 2020... That one probably at least takes us into 2027. Then... After that... Ooh. I guess after that, if Persona 4 comes out with their... You know... With the new fancy... I don't know. All the big JRPGs. Need all the big uns. Yeah, Persona 6 or P4 Remake. Because I know the P4 Remake is happening. They've been talking all kinds of talk about that. And by the looks of it, it looks good. You know? Like, from everything I've seen of the, like, early stage trailers and everything, just people running around, it looks like P5, but it's, you know, or it looks like Persona 5 graphics, but it's Persona 4 story. That being said, I don't know if we're gonna see, I mean, you know. You can date Risei again. We could. Or do we change? Or do we switch? You know what I mean? Is that the time to switch because we have reason that we could? We could go after somebody else. Who would be the better option then? I mean, Don't know. I don't know. The options are available. We could go and do all kinds of things. But yeah, I mean, we're slowly getting closer and closer to the end. Let's scroll. My fast nuke thing. Maybe then you can date Yosuke. Maybe, I mean, you never know. Maybe they've made it a thing. I doubt, but you never can tell with, you know, with game devs. You never can tell. There's probably an audience outcry for it somewhere. I have no doubt. But to add more content, I don't know if P4 is like, I don't think they're gonna add more content to the game. That seems a little outside of the scope. What, cause they didn't add anything when they did that to Persona 3, did they? Like, they didn't add more arcs or more time or more gameplay stuff, did they? And they just were like, no, this is the game, it's just, it looks nicer. So I would kind of doubt, despite the fact that there might, you know, again, just because there's audience outcry doesn't mean it's a good thing. The audience cries about a lot of stuff, and that doesn't make them right. And bloop, there we go. Yeah, not really, no, yeah. So, that's what I mean. If they're just going to do a direct translation of here's Persona 4, but it looks like Persona 5, then yeah, but you can date Marie. You always tell me you want to hit on a goddess. Yeah. Maybe I just color these. I don't want to redo all of these. Let's see. Maybe I'll just color these ones because I don't want to have to redo all these things. I mean, maybe they allow it. Part of me doubts they'll allow it, but that doesn't mean we can't be hopeful. Ugh, my nose itches. My nose is itching like crazy today. I don't know why. but we could go... Who would I go for? We could go the difficult route and go after... Why am I suddenly blanking on her name? I just had it in my brain. I just had her name in my brain. Naruto? That's the one. Yeah. We could go the difficult route and be like, you know what? Let's go that one. Because that could be an option, you know. But why am I don't know why I'm... Let's start on this corner, I suppose. About building these things. Yep, so these are all actually connected. They just have no fuel. That's good. Look at all these buildings. Ugh. We're gonna have to kind of do these piecemeal, just because I don't want us constantly be switching back and forth between every little thing. But it seems to be going pretty quick. It seems to be going pretty quick. Cock whacking Porcon? Yep, absolutely. He knows what he did wrong. He knows what he did. We all know that his true love is actually Yosuke anyway. We all know. And we're just gonna help him realize that. We're just gonna help him realize that that is what his goal should actually be. Quit hiding behind a masculine woman and just accept who you are. You know what I mean? Whoops. There we go. I mean, it makes sense to me that we just, you know, we just tell them to, you know, figure it out. Oh, I think I screwed it up. Yep, sure did. There we go. Why am I suddenly failing so hard always? Yeah. There we go. So many mini lifts. All the mini lift. I do need another... We are going to need another game. I mean, I have debated getting another, you know, Stardew Valley run going, and that could be a nice chill time. Kind of like similar to when we played Graveyard Keeper, right? We'd be like, yeah, I think here's a nice chill whatever that we can do, and have that as a weekly, you know, as a, or maybe even a semi-weekly thing, because with Terraria coming out with their new update, man, I want to play Terraria again. Part of me really wants to dabble into another Terraria run. You could do weekly HBR. Again, mobile though. But then it does have a PC. But mobile. We're waiting 14 months. But we've been playing Metaphor for some of that. And Persona 5. Lots of Persona 5 was still happening when that was happening. Neat. Let's see. Then the tricky bit is the mobile side of things, because I don't know how to do it. Because I don't run on a capture card, right? Like, if I had a capture card going in through my PC, life would be easier, because then I could play, like, on my Switch, I could play chill games on there, I could play stuff on my phone super easily, but since everything runs just through the PC, it does hamper a few things. P5 was good. I think you enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed their time with that one. That one If ever one of the Persona games was to be replayed just to explore a romantic option, it's that one. You know what I mean? Oop, this one didn't line up right. If ever there was one of the Persona games that said, hey, you should replay this just to explore a different romance, it's definitely Persona 5. So. And who would you date besides Makoto? If I played through it again, we might go for the teacher. We might go for the teacher. I would probably go after the teacher for that one. Because Makoto is best. Let's be honest. Makoto is absolute bestest. And I will die on that hill. For teacher? Yes. I really liked her story progression. Her story actually, like, you know, had complexity, was really sweet, was just, you know, she started out kind of being a little bit of a grouch at times, but then you actually realize, like, no, she actually efforts just for her students, just for the love of, like, being like, no, I want to be a teacher because I want to help people. It's like, oh, you actually, you know. And honestly, good if you think about it, just trying to help people is what got her into her whole mess anyway. And so it's like, yeah, she got a cool story going on, you know what I mean? How long do we think this is gonna take me? If I can get this set up by the first hour, we can do the pipes for the next. And then I can... Well, actually, I can get these connected all entirely, like, right now and just get stuff ready to go. Ooh, I could get the stuff actually flowing. What up, Nymod? How's it going? You're on early. Are you just awake early? Are you just awake early today? What's going on? How are you? How goes your Thursday? Yeah, I'm keeping track of when people are, you know. No, I'll just end right there. When people are. I'm learning when people are. So, this reminds me of, so, there's a Discord server that I'm an admin in for a friend of mine, and she wanted everyone to be like, all right, all the admins and everybody needs to get their, you know, essentially like, almost like a personal intro thing set up, so that way people inside the Discord can be like, you know, here's who you can talk to about X, Y, and Z things, and like what role they play in the server and all that business. And I took mine as an entire joke. I was just like, I'm here for the emotional support, so my role is buttered. And my friend got a big chuckle out of it and changed me to being the buttered admin. And I'm like, well, now everybody knows. People woke me up early. How dare they? Did you retaliate? Did you burn their house down? I hear that's an option for, you know, being woken up in the early mornings. I woke up so many times last night. Like, I think I finally got to bed somewhere around 4:30. I woke up like 3 hours later and was awake for a little bit. And then finally got back to sleep. And then Esper was like, hey, it's cuddle time. We're cuddling right now. And so she come over and crawled under my blanket like only a couple hours later and woke me up. And I'm like, well, if I'm gonna be woken up by something, at least that one's cute. You know what I mean? So, At least it's not the worst thing to be woken up by. Alright, so now I need to... Is that right? Yep, that's right. Okay, sweet. So I do need to get this set up first before I go too crazy. This is not very many of these though, so, you know, it shouldn't take very long. I gotta get the thing that's going to split everything into all these machines set up, ready to go. Bug. Alright, fantastic. So that's those connected up. Guess I gotta get everything color coordinated and ready to go. Oh, also, other fun news. Yo, what up, Dinah? How's it going? What's up? Playing some Satisfactory? Dinah, you've been here when I played Satisfactory, were you not? Did you admire the giant factories? Look at it. Look at all my power plants. They go on for ages. And all of our water last time. Oh, that was a whole trip. That was a whole thing to do. I'm actually planning on streaming tonight myself. Fantastic, that sounds like fun. What are you playing? What are you doing? Tell me the details, I want to know. Is it Metaphor? Is it Persona? We were just talking about Persona. Zariah was over here and we were talking about if I played through P5 again. Because here's my stance, right? Here my stance out. Of all of the Persona games, I believe that Persona 5 has the most replayability if you're going to change your romance stuff, right? Like if you're going to change who you romance in any of the Persona games, you're playing Persona 5 to do that, because it's got the most option and variety and whatnot. So, that's just my take. Gonna run through a KH2 randomizer. Are you doing, oh, which settings is it? Hold on, I can remember the name of these settings. Are you doing just a full-on randomizer, or are you doing like a hit list randomizer? What are you playing? I have never played Kingdom Hearts 2. But I watch people who do. One of the streamers I watch does in fact play the KH2 randomizer, but he always does hit list. And so, you know, I don't actually know anything about why these items are important or anything. Like, I watch it and I'm like, yeah, it's more for entertainment value for me than know-how. I've done a Majora's Mask randomizer on stream before. I did an Ocarina of Time randomizer on stream before. I know that the combo randomizer is out, and I'm like, that sounds fun. But honest to goodness, of all the randomizers I played, Majora's Mask Blitz settings is probably my favorite. Because me being not near as good at, like, some of the strats and everything, it still makes it so it's like, oh, okay, yeah, this will only take me, you know, this much time or something, you know, as opposed to taking so many hours to do. I also want to try the Donkey Kong 64 randomizer. That one looks like fun. And I know that game a little bit better. I'm just doing a normal 3 proof required to beat the game. Gotcha. Normal is randomized, but the boss should be randomized if I did it right. That sounds like fun. Yeah, like I said, the one that I watch, I can't for the life of me remember what they call it. I think it's just Hit List. Or it might have an actual name to it, but... Okay, so who do you watch that got you into that one? Because generally speaking, most people I know who do randomizers picked it up from somebody. Not to say that you have to, but that's how I got into them. Is because someone I watch, that's just what they do, and I was like, oh, I wanna give this a shot, and so I tried it. Bizkit, I think? Okay. I know them. Not the one I watch, but, you know, I know of them. Again, I've never played Kingdom Hearts 2, so... Anytime I'm watching it and they're like, oh, this is a really big, important thing, I'm like, I sure. I'll take your word for it. I don't understand. But I accept that it might be important. So. I've played too much of it. Too much. I mean... From everything everyone's told me, it's a good game. The problem for me is that I've never experienced it as a normal game, though. Right? Does that make sense? Any instance I've ever watched someone play Kingdom Hearts 2, it's been the randomizer. Ergo, if I started playing it, I would have all kinds of confusion because I would want to try to do stuff that I can't. I kid. Sure. I mean, I play too much of this game. Let's be honest. Like, what's our... If I were to save the game right now, we're at what? 461 hours? 461 hours. And 8 minutes. 59 seconds, essentially 9 minutes. So, like, it could be argued. And that's just this save. That's this save. Imagine the other 3 times I've, you know, played this game. But with the 1.0 coming out and everything, I'm like, I gotta play it again. I can't not play it again. But, Either way, that sounds like a whole lot of fun. I do enjoy a good randomizer. I need to... My other problem is controller schemes on modern controllers really don't do well for some older games, and I'm like, man, this is rough. I have done some... I did try the Super Mario RPG. How do I run out of that stuff? Huh. I've done a Super Mario RPG, not randomized, but low-level runs. Those are a lot of fun. Those were, you know, pretty neat. I think low-level is a lot more fun than just trying to speed through the game. No, it don't take forever now, isn't it? God damn it. Now I gotta sit here and wait a whole bunch of time to let that stuff refresh. And I've got 2 more lines to go. Ugh. Well. Come on. Fill up. Fill it up. Fill it up faster. One of the things I need to probably finish upgrading is the actual rate at which stuff gets uploaded into the transdimensional whatever. The dimensional depot. Because otherwise, this just takes forever. It just takes forever. I think I've actually maxed that out, too. I think it uploads at 120 a minute. Something like that. So it's as high as it's ever going to get. But luckily, here I can do this. And maybe I'll go color some of the other lanes while I wait for this to fill up. That'll work. Did I do this side? Nope, I didn't. Okay. So let's do that while we're waiting. While we're waiting for the stuff to fill the inventory. If I can do the other lanes, we'll just, swoosh by, get this stuff filled in. I'm craving another good scary game. I need another good scary game, like a nice little walking sim, 3.5 hours max kind of gameplay time. That's what I need. I've seen a couple pop up on the Steam, and I haven't pulled the trigger on any of them. Just because, money situation. The freaking still hasn't gotten back to me about getting back in and start making some extra cash and whatnot so I can afford video games. But that to be the way. Some good news. The website that I usually do a lot of my video commission and requests on is on the path to getting set back up. They say probably another couple weeks. And as much as I hate to admit it, I will probably set up a, something for that. Like, maybe just a coffee page or something like that, for whatever. Because all the stuff I do, if I just, if I make a funny video or something and I upload it to there that's not YouTube, I don't charge for anything. And so I should probably maybe, I don't know if I should set that up for YouTube either, but but I gotta get something set up for at least one of my side projects for that, because money be struggling, if you know what I mean. It be a weird economy right now. And not having job right now is not helpful. Okay, I gotta complain about something. I'm gonna complain about something a little bit. What the hell is going on with, like, any job board right now? So many, what they call, like, ghost listings or phantom listings, they're just everywhere. That's all I ever see anymore. Not to mention the fact that some of the things that, like, Indeed or LinkedIn or any of the job board things that I'm a part of, all of them keep sending me jobs that I am clearly not qualified for. Like, I got an email for one being like, oh, we think you'd be a great fit for this job. And I'm like, okay, what's the job? It's like head of media marketing for, like, Warner Brothers. I'm like, bullshit, am I qualified for that? Like, I'm glad that somebody thinks I could be, but let's be a little realistic. That's the kind of job that says, hey, you've been working in this industry, probably for this company, for a while now. And I'm like, I do video editing kind of just on my own. I'm a writer by trade. Like, can you find me one of those jobs? That would be great. But, and some of the ones they've done for that too, I'm like, you've got to be joking me at least a little bit, right? Like I've gotten some postings being like, oh, this company's looking for, like, a games writer, and I'm like, sure, I I could help out in a team and do stuff like that. I've done that before, to some capacity. But generally speaking, they're just like, there's so many weird positions that are just so broad and stupid and idiotic and sometimes clearly fake, that I'm like, I would kill for, a job that actually fits my skill set and I'm capable of, so that way I can start earning money, so I can go get my master's, so that way I can do what I actually want to do. But we'll see, find out, I guess. Ugh. Because otherwise, whoops, I colored the wrong thing. Oh well. Because I need a master's degree if I want to do what I actually want to do with it. But you never know. I did put in for a job posting today that I was like, okay, I could probably, be at least creative in this endeavor, so I did apply to that one. We'll see what that turns up, if anything. My faith in the industry right now to grant me work is not screaming stellarly, you know what I mean? Like, the job market kind of just be sucking. The job market just kind of be bad. Which I've heard from a lot of people. Unless you're willing to, go do, retail or fast food or work for Amazon in a warehouse, there's a lot of not great going on right now. Or if you work in, software development, I mean, that's always looking for people, but I don't do software development. I have never been very good at coding. I've tried. I've, dabbled, but dabbling's as far as it's ever gone. We're talking hey, I made a funny little script that helps me, essentially, instead of going to my Windows task manager, it just says, hey, let's shut this shit off, or something, very basic scripts. Nothing that's going to revolutionize anybody or sit there and say, hey, I'm super capable of doing this fancy thing that you want me to do. I'm like, I don't do that. I do not do that. Blah. Boop. So, we'll see what the future holds for me. You never know. Maybe one day I'll actually finish all my edits and all my writing on these books that I do for my D&D group, and somebody might want them. Who knows? Who actually knows? But I don't do those for, profitability or anything. I do those because I'm having fun, and because my group asked me to do it. So, which I still need a bunch. I've still got so much to write for this last session that we played. My God. It is too much, some might say. Some might say there was too much that happened, that while playing it on the table, it goes pretty quick. But when you think of okay, well, now we need to narrativize it, I'm oh, that's gonna take me a minute, because I have to sit here and actively be oh, well, let's make this conversation actually fleshed out and more exciting than just, I buy stuff. That's not exciting. That's never exciting. No one wants to read that. So we need to write it in such a way that people are hey, this is entertaining. Not to mention the amount of drama. Oh my goodness, this last session was such a soap opera almost. There were so many sections where it's yep. It feels like I'm watching the latest episode of a popular soap opera. There was some of the people who who weren't involved in that drama. My character was involved in that drama heavily. And some of the people who weren't, they were just like, oh my god, hold on, this is like, get the popcorn out, let's see how this pans out, this is gonna be fun. I'm like, you all suck. Everything sucks. And now I need to start figuring out how I'm gonna tackle some of that crap. Now if I just get this line colored up, we'll go back, we'll connect it all up. So that way we'll start actually distributing the what's-its throughout the system. And since power is technically attached to these things, they just don't have all the things they need, they should actually start filling the entire system, you know, as far as fuel goes. So as far as fuel goes, they should be able to actually fill the whole thing to its capacity, which ends up being pretty big, actually. Pretty damn chunky. This thing's gonna be running for a while I'm getting pipes squared up and set up. So, oh, speaking of pipes, I didn't do the pipe insert for these. Whoops. About where did that land? Just past the middle thing? Okay. Good to know. Yep, so it'll start actually filling these all the way up to 50. So now these things are going to be radioactive while I fly over them. That's fun. But, you know. See how it goes. This line's going to fill up real quick. Alright. Oh, where is it? It's not there, is it? It's not fully on the outside of the circle, or on the outside of the square. Okay, it's like half square. Got it. Okay, I can work with that. Oop. And there. Like that. And I've still got lots of filters for my radiation suit, so we're fine. My hazmat suit still has lots of protection available to it, so I can run around these things without too much threat. We'll get this stuff set up. Then we'll go start working on pipe work, which is going to be so much pipe that back home I set it up so that way I could do it. Alright, this thing is finally caught up, huh? Alright, fantastic. So now that means we should start seeing a few finding their way down this one. Should be seeing more find their way down this one. I don't know. Unless that thing over there is caught up, then. Or if we funneled all of it out, which could be the case. Could very well be the case, but we'll find out. There we go. This should be a completely perfect ratio. Like, I think I'm making 45 per minute. These things burn 0.5 per minute, which means that there should be, you know, a perfect 100% to one of these to those things. Or any of these things to those things, I guess I should say. All of these machines to those machines should be a 100% efficiency rating. Yep, so all that happened is we caught up. That's all that really happened. Well, that stuff's caught up, which means this stuff's going to be now burning at a 45% efficiency. 29% efficiency? What is this nonsense? Or maybe it's just, you know, maybe those numbers are just balancing. I don't know. Oh yeah, it's kind of going up. It's kind of going up. 32. Okay. It'll get there. Once these things are on, that will level itself out. It'll take a bunch of time, but it will work. And that's all that really matters to me right now. Let's get the rest of our pipe things set up, shall we? So I gotta build so much of these. So many. And having to do all this stuff will give that time to catch up on the rest of this stuff anyway, so. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm about to say, why do you not want to show up on the floor? There we go. Place. And place. As soon as I get this row done, just 3 more rows to go. Be like, we're halfway there. And then at some point, I'm going to need to put the pipe there. Actually, I don't need to put the pipe there, do I? I don't need to. Not right away. I can get the pipes down below set up, and then this one. Then we can stagger. Like, we could turn all this off, disconnect it from the power, make sure that the water fills the system, or at least gets into the pipe system. Yeah, that might work. Okay. So that way I know I have a full amount of everything happening. What up, Spunk? How's it going? Did you get overwhelmed the first run you played of this? Got up to the point of unlocking the last tier and phase, but quit because I couldn't wrap my brain around all I had to do to make it work. The very first time, yes. The very first time I played through this game, I got to... the last tier that was available back then. I can't even remember which tier it was, but yes. I was like, I can't wrap my head around it right now. It's too much. And so I did put it down my first playthrough. But in the 2 playthroughs since, you know, I am much more invested. Right now, this is pretty damn cool. I think the thing that's really carrying me in getting through this playthrough, and even this, I'm done with the game, right? Like, we did all the tiers, we technically got to the end game, but this is just now rule of cool style of stuff. Like, well, it would be cool to do this. Yeah, it would be cool to do that. You know what? I'm gonna do it. Like, that's why we're building a nuclear factory this size. Do I need to do this? No. But I'm gonna. Because it's awesome. And because you never know, someone out there might want to do what I'm doing. And be like, I want to build a giant nuclear power plant that uses all of the uranium in the world. And I'd be like, you should do it. That's what I did. And it's awesome. We're using all of the uranium in the world, minus I think 60. But, you know, I'm using all of the nodes for whatever that's worth. Oh, my nose has been bugging me all flippin' day. Not to mention the fact that, you know, I mean, look how cool this looks. Look at it. To imagine that all of this is running, and you're just like, my God, There's so much. Speaking of which, I've got the plans. Oh my goodness. I've got the plans ready for the next jumble of stuff that I am worried about, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't know if I have enough space up here. Like, that's how, like, here. You know what? Here, let me show you. Let me show you what I'm talking about. If I boop this. Okay. Let's go look at the plans, shall we? So, I mean, this is the grand big plan for this nuclear power plant, right? But I've segmented it off to be like, okay, well, like, if we're doing our singularity cells and our nuclear pasta stuff, right? I focus it out and I select stuff. This is kind of the next big thing. And if I zoom, if I kind of show it off like this, it doesn't look like much. And it's not. This part is going to be very easily accomplishable. Like, very clean lines, very good numbers, but a bunch of machines. Like, look at this. 4, 2, 2. Like, 8 times each. It's a lot. Followed by, let's see, how many? That's 8. Another 16 particle accelerators need to go somewhere. And then over here, all this leads to this, right? All of that you just saw leads to these 4 things, which is 16 of the quantum encoder buildings. Those are not small buildings. They're pretty chunky. But here's the problem. Every single one of those, so those 4 things is one of these things. Those 4 things is one of these. So I need to build 16 of these setups, which is a lot of stuff. 16 times 16, 36 constructors just making reanimated Sam. Like, it's... or 4, I guess I should say. 4. So 4 times this. 4 of these things. Again, like, 4 times 16, 40... 64 constructors just making reanimated Sam. Like another, look at it, 14 right here, 14 times 4, 40, 56 of these, like, and not to mention the Caterium. Oh dear God, the Caterium. 8, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 8. Oh, like, there's so much to do. 48 times 4, like, I don't know if I have enough factory space. I don't know if I have enough platform space for all this shit. You know what I mean? Like, let's just look. Like, where am I gonna put all that shit? Some of it can go in here in the middle, sure, I guess, but like, where am I gonna fit a whole bunch of others? I'm gonna have to build over there and build around that thing. Not to mention, okay, we just did, that's 46 times 4, 144 refineries making Caterium. And here's the other thing. All of those, every one of them, like all 8 of those things, that means I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 times 12 times 4, 48 more. 48 more water pumps, and where am I going to put those? I've already taken over this side of the ocean. Look at it. I'm practically to the goddamn edge. Where am I going to put more? I guess I can put them over there or something. I don't know. I got to figure it out. Squeak, what up, Shiny Gecko? How's it going? How are you? So, yeah, I'm in a bit of a pickle. And I'm going to have to really do some heavy planning to make certain that when the time comes, we're not floundering and trying to figure out all of our shit. But look at that. Look at all of our pumps. Doesn't this look great? Doesn't this look so good? Ugh. It looks so good. It's so clean. OC? OC. What up, Canis? How's it going? How are you? Overclocking? Oh yeah, all of them. Everything is overclocked. Every last one of those down there is overclocked to 250%, I believe. Though I haven't done that yet, I don't think. Let me go look. Let me go look. I don't think I did that yet. I don't think I put them in there. I have not. But luckily, I can just copy and paste them in, and it'll be quick, easy, and dirty, and done. We still have to do all the pipe work. I've got... Even all these are overclocked. Look at it. Like, all these are supposed to be overclocked. And I haven't done that yet either. Let me make sure those are supposed to be overclocked. They should be. They should be 200%, 250%. Yeah. Yeah, according to my plans, 250%. So... it's gonna be a whole lot of work. But look at it all. It's gorgeous. It looks so good. Now, where did I... Alright, it looks like... Did I get all of this side done? With the pipe thing? Did I get all this pipe thing done? I don't remember if I did. Thinking of checking out the Terraria update? Me too. The Terraria update looks so good. And doing good. I'm tired. Had another start today. How early are we talking? 6 a.m.? 5 a.m.? I got to bed somewhere around like 4:30 and woke up at like... Once at 7, once at 9... 3 a.m.? Alright, you win. That is an early start. I was still awake, though. For whatever that's worth. That doesn't bode well for me. I'm not saying that's a good thing in the least bit. In fact, it's probably a really bad thing that I am awake that late every single flippin' day. But what are you gonna do? Why were you up at 3? Oh yeah, you got the graveyard shift, don't you? Ugh. Ugh. I am sorry. It sounds awful. But yeah, me too, Shiny Gecko. The new Terraria update looks like fun. I've been debating starting up a new world save and playing it, and I'm like, man, would be a lot of fun. Would be a lot of fun to play some Terraria. I have too many hours in that game already. Let's be honest. Do I need to put in more? I could. Could put in more hours. Might not be the best ideas in the world, but, you know. Either way. Normal work start is 8, but today started at 4. Why? Why? What qualifies or says, hey, I'm gonna, you know, doing a 4-hour earlier than normal anything. Also, I'm just gonna get these power shards in here before I go down there and start doing pipe work, because otherwise it's gonna be a minute. Otherwise it's gonna be a long time for them to recover into the whatever. I should have enough in my pocket for all this, because there's only 90 and each one of them use 3, so... No? Yeah, I should have enough. I had like 300 in my pocket. If not, they're in the dimensional depot, so everything will be fine. I really wish I could do something to boost the hover pack to go a little bit faster, though. Like, I would like a little bit more speed. And client said we would start upgrade work at that time. So they wouldn't be upgraded when they got in. Oh, so that they would be upgraded when they got in. Oh. I mean, okay. Sure. Alright. I mean, in my opinion, I still think it's bullshit. But, you know. But then again, I've never been one to tell the boss man, tell the company, or tell them like just what they want to hear. I'll be honest, and it's bitten me in the ass a few more times than I would like to admit. But if a company can't handle the truth of a situation, then they need to reevaluate some stuff. Like there were times. So with my last company, I was in charge of like purchasing and ordering and inventory and all that business. And I kid you not, CEO comes to me and is like, I want to be able to build X amount of machines at any given time. Make sure we have inventory for that. And I'm like, you do realize that's going to cost, like, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? And he tells me at first, he's like, I don't care. I just want it done. And I'm like, okay. And then, I kid you not, like every other day is my boss, the CEO, my boss coming to me being all like, how come we're spending like this much money on this stuff? And I'm like, motherfucker. They respect you for it too, I'm sure. Yeah, sure. Got home earlier. I'm home earlier is always good. Can't get ahead without stepping on a few toes. Yeah. My former company did not appreciate me telling them the blunt truth. But then again, that business owner or CEO, whatever you want to call him, he was a moron. So, like I said, he wanted to be able to build 10 of our machines at any given time. Now, one of those machines costs, depending on the size that we build, because they vary in size, could range anywhere between $35,000 to $135,000 to make. Some of our absolute biggest machines cost, I think our biggest one ended up costing $250,000 to build. I don't know, it was a lot. But the fact of the matter is, oh, wait. What the hell? How long have these not been getting fed a thing? Okay, some of them have it. Looks like most of them have it. Weird. But yeah, my former company did not appreciate it because, not to mention the fact that, again, I was in charge of purchasing. And what did our CEO do? He put a spending limit on me. He wanted essentially 10 times about $600,000 worth of product stocked on our shelves, ready to distribute and just use for production at any given time, and gave me I think it was a $3,000 daily limit. And I'm like, my guy, you realize that's going to take me like, you know, months to do, right? And, well, what do I know? What do I know? You know what I mean? There's a reason he's the CEO and I'm not, apparently. I don't know. I don't know what that reason is. I'm just saying, well, actually, I know the reason. It's because he has money. He's got the money. Maybe business admin is more toxic than what I'm used to. I can see it being more competitive. Yeah. I mean, again, this was like small business meets, like big investment kind of thing. Like they had money. probably more money than they probably knew what to do with. Which is not always a good thing. The hell was that problem all about? That's weird. Yeah, whatever. The real problem behind that company, though, if I'm being honest, was all of its management was just didn't know what the hell they were doing. Right? Like, none of them have actually worked. None of them had actually worked in management before, or at least not in a, like, corporate way, to the point where they had to understand, hey, this is how you handle people, this is how you handle situation, and as a result, caused way more problems than they thought they were solving. And also, a distinct lack of HR. That company had no HR. So they tried to maintain the small business feel while still being on, like, you know, corporate level of sales. Like, they wanted to generate X amount of millions of dollars every single year. But they didn't want to pay to make certain that that happened. So but what are you gonna do? I don't work there anymore. No skin off my teeth. Well, I can definitely do better. Like, do they think I built, you know, all of that just for them to not be perfectly lined up every single time? I want perfect lines down here. We're just going to be spending a lot of time doing some pipe work, I think. Oh, man. Not to mention the amount of deleting I'm going to have to do once this is all put in place. Because I don't want any of these, you know, holders to be present. I want smooth pipe all along the way. The only bump in the road is going to be the junctions, and that's it. Nothing else will be tolerated. Well, this one can go, like, all the way down. Ish, right there. Oh, and my plans for early February are also getting changed. So I thought I was going to be gone early part of February. I'm not. In fact, going to be gone. Because things have had to change. Schedules had to be fixed and adjusted to actually, you know, fit properly. As opposed to what I had going on, which was going to be fun, but, you know. Can't do it, can't do it. The money's not good. You know, I could probably just do this. My first run, I didn't use trucks, drones, or trains. And I never used the blueprints either. Trains look a little confusing. Trains are great, in my opinion, in the early game. The early game is where trains shine the brightest. Only because you don't have to worry about exact numbers sometimes. Like, you can get away with just being like, you know, if I need 720, but I have 800 coming in, then who cares? But the late game ends up being such a situation of like, I need exactly this number every single time, otherwise everything breaks. Then I end up, you know, just using belt highways. Trucks are also really, really cool. I wish trucks were better. They're not. It makes me sad. Well, there's not a lot I can do about it, right? There's like, well, there's only so much I can do. Just place the damn thing. There we go. Like, I want trucks to be way cooler than what they are. Drones are neat, but they take so much. You have to have a fuel source going to them everywhere, which can be a real pain. The 1.2 might make them more stable. Maybe. I know that they've talked about trying to make, like, liquid freight cars better in the next big update they do. But part of me is like, I don't care about liquid freight cars because I never use them anyway. But at the same time, can't deny that it would be nicer for them to be like, you know, much more capable than they are. I mean, transporting liquids has just always sucked. And that's just kind of the truth of it. Transporting liquids to anywhere other than just right, you know, almost directly to where they should be has always been a bit of a bitch. Yeah, it's about right there. Yeah, about right there. Blueprints, though, I don't know if I could ever. I would never survive this game without the blueprints. The blueprints have made life so much simpler. Yeah, I guess it's, you know, better right there than elsewhere. There we go. Four to go. Many more to do it. Not to mention, I still gotta, you know, connect all the other crap to this. Like, I still gotta connect the pipes over there, and up there, and up there, and all the way into that system, and everything, and it's like, ugh. This is gonna take a minute. The problem is I can't even turn that system on until this is done. Once, I don't have to do all of it either. I do not have to do that side. I just have to get to that pillar right there. And then we can turn this system on. And then maybe I'll do the others in like an offline. Or another one of those weird cases where it's like, hey, I've got an extra Friday where I'm not doing anything. What can I do? And maybe just, you know, do some building that way. Son of a bitch. Luckily, none of these pipes are going to need to have a buffer at the end of them, because it all goes just straight into one machine. It's like one pipe directly into the machine, and nothing gets in the way. Nope, that's not the right spot. You know what? Maybe I should just not get ahead of myself. I thought maybe I could get a little bit ahead. Nope, I made it weird. Do. There's that. I forgot about this one. There we go. Boop, there we go. Line this up as well as I can. Come on, connecting to the dumb thing. How come this keeps scrolling down? Well, the only one I notice is that this... Every single time I open that one, it's like scrolled down a little bit, right? Like, stay right there. That is mighty annoying. Well, whatever. I really wish I had a way to just track where these junctions would go, so that way I don't have to do this like piecemeal this way. But the only way to get this to work that way is to do it kind of piecemeal. You can't really blueprint this. Blueprinting pipes is an absolute pain in the ass. And they don't work either. Like, I've tried. They sometimes will be like, oh yeah, we'll auto-connect. Then they don't. Then nothing auto-connects, and it's all just a jumble of, you know, aggravation and nonsense. Which is fine, I guess. That being said, it's rightly annoying. Oop. Ah, well. I guess we just get one of those. Stop! Why does it do this? I guess I just get one of these streams where it's like, yep, we're just gonna, you know, gonna take a minute, but we take our time and everything will be great, everything will be wonderful, and then shit like that happens. Well, like I said, I have it set up back at home base to, you know, essentially never run out of pipe or plastic. Like I've got... I think it's like 4 or... I think it's like 6 machines all funneling into the one thing. Not one dimensional depot, but like I think I got 3-dimensional depots set up for picking up just pipe. I think that's about right. Just so that way I wouldn't run out at any given time when I had to do the pipe project. Yeah, that's about right. Then at some point I also gotta run through all of this, get the power shards in place, and power. Speaking of which, let me steal some more power shards for when that comes up. Where'd you go? Power shards. What the hell? Did I pass them? Power shards. I did, somehow. Passed them twice, in fact. Huh. Not entirely certain how I did that, but... Bum, bum, bum. Might be time for a new fix-it tape here in a second. Who's messaging me? Now is not the time for messages. And this is as far as it'll go, which is right there. Place. Close enough. Whoops. There we go. About as close as that one's gonna get this straight. There we go. And then... kinda like that, and plunk. There we go. Yeah, it's time for a new, tape. Let's see, change tape. What do I been listening to? This? Me and my golf cart? Huh. This one. Play this one. Sure. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more to go. Oh, I'm about at the halfway mark, actually. Finishing this one puts me at the halfway mark. That's not bad. All things considered. Connect that there, otherwise I'm gonna get frustrated. Thinking on it, there might be a way to blueprint some of these pipes to be a little easier. How far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not really. Not really, actually. I can build a lot farther without. And honest to goodness, if all of a sudden I'm trying to build with like blueprint and maybe it goes over the spot that I want it to. Or maybe it just says, you know what? Whoops. Or maybe it's not long enough and it's just tedious. Very much a possibility. So I can only build out to about 5 if I did a blueprint, which means there would just be a ton of stuff. But I wouldn't, well, no, I would still have these dumb brackets to worry about. For some of them, that is. I'd also have to make a series of blueprints. I can't do just one blueprint that would be like, yeah, this will take care of your whole problem. Like, nope, that ain't happening. It would be a lot more. Nah, I'd need to like switch between a 4, a 3, a 2, and a 1 every single time. And at some point, I wonder if it's actually just, you know, not efficient anymore. Oh, that's close. That was good. Not to say that this is efficient, but I think when you're doing pipework, it's one of the things you just kind of accept as it's just going to be a bit of a slog. Especially if you have a lot of pipe that needs piping. Alright, there we go. So we're halfway done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yep, 7 more. If I can get this done, then we can start piping up. Oh, I need to build a water tower. Ah, shit. I forgot all about the water tower. That shouldn't take very long, though, but that wouldn't be difficult. It's just a thing I didn't build and I didn't... Which means I'm going to have to go through all these things again and connect them all up and do something fancy. And I don't want to do something fancy, but that's fine. It's fine. I'll make it work. Just connect to the dumb thing. There you go. Huh. Why does that sound like the spray noise? Not the spray noise, but it sounds an awful lot like it. Yo, Darkstar. Whoo. Hello, Darkstar. How's it going? How are you? How is? Oh, man. Oh, that one got me. Speaking of the spray sounds, no. How goes your Wednesday? Chilling? Fantastic. Sounds like a good time. You know what I want? You lemon. You know what I want? Speaking of chilling, pizza. I want pizza. Pizza sounds delicious. How you doing? I'm surviving. You know, somehow pulling through, struggling, and all that other business. Somehow. I haven't quite figured out how, but I just know that I am. There we go. We got a bunch of work I still got to get done this week, but I'm pretty hopeful that I can actually get through it because I've got the stuff done for the YouTube edits. Well, I've got the cuts made. I guess I should clarify. I've got cuts done for the YouTube. And then it's just a matter of getting the assets plugged in and rendering and getting it scheduled up, and everything will be great. And then I'll be like, you know, somewhere around, like 3 weeks caught up, and then I have another project already lined up for the YouTube to go out. Not to go out, but to start as soon as I get this 3-week thingy done. And then, so within that 3 weeks, I should be able to get all that done. And then, yeah. And then I can start working on Silent Hill again for the second half of everything. So, it should be good. It's busy, and not exactly profitable, but good. You know what I mean? I mean, let's be honest. At what point is, you know, hobby stuff ever profitable? You gotta find some way to make them profitable, and I haven't figured out how quite yet. But I have great news. I want to hear this great news. Share with us your great news. Is it a puppy? I hope it's a puppy, or even a kitten. I would accept either. My rocket fuel is almost done. Well done, Scrooge. Well done. How you doing, Scrooge? How goes? How goes your Wednesday? Scrooge, have you seen all of our water? I also have good news, Scrooge. I'm almost to the point where I can turn the nuclear power plant, some of it, on. I can turn on the first stage of nuclear power. Maybe. Whoops. Hard maybe. Yeah, good grief. Yeah, I know, right? Like, it keeps going, by the way. It keeps going. You go up here. I mean, Scrooge, you've been seeing how this project has been going, but to fully realize how many nuclear power plants I've been talking about, it's this many. It's this many. That's kind of, you know, that's what I'm at. That's where I'm at right now. So it's lots of building. And I still gotta go down and overclock all of these pumps to make those work. And everything else. Can you make me a rocket fuel power plant? Sure. Rocket fuel? I mean, do you have alternate recipes that you can use? Because, you know, I built my rocket fuel power plant. It worked great. Works like a charm. The best thing about it is you don't need to do what I'm doing to finish the game. You do not need nuclear power. So, what is the best? The best, if you're not using nuclear, is ion fuel. But that is, you know, packaged ionized fuel. That's a real bitch and a half, though. But look at that. 10,000 megajoules. That's its energy value. It's like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Whereas I think I have some rocket fuel in here. Whereas if I look at this, like 7,200. So you're looking at an additional 3,000 power by turning it into ionized fuel. Now, ionized fuel, however, is kind of a bitch. It's really annoying and doesn't really scale well. Does that make sense? Like, it's difficult to make as much as you can make the rocket fuel thing. There we go. Oh, best rocket fuel recipes. Best rocket fuel recipe, I believe, is, I believe it's a refinery thingy. This one. Now that's heavy turbo fuel. So what you gotta do is you need this. No, you don't need this. You know what? I'd have to go look. Because it all uses the blender. So there's your rocket fuel. This is what you need. Your rocket fuel is going to be just turbo fuel and nitric acid. Nitric acid is pretty easy. It's not too crazy. This is just the easiest rocket fuel way to go. Other methods get really complex to the point where it's like, oh, I don't know if we, you know, want to make that happen kind of thing. But, you know what? Let's have a gander. Let's have a look at my list, shall we? Let's see. If I go to here and I say, I want rocket. I don't think there is one. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Nitro rocket fuel's okay. But that's your only change. So that's the only one that's gonna be like, that's the only alternate recipe. So if I were to go here, let me build a MAM real fast. So let's see what it does. Because I should have that somewhere in here probably. Turbo fuel blend. There it is. Nitro rocket fuel is tedious. Is that actual coal? That is coal. That is coal. Huh. Interesting. What up, Tascan? How's it going? I'm going to do a pretty crappy version, then a great version, for time's sake. That makes sense. Nitro rocket fuel, this is your only alternate recipe. And it's 3 nitrogen gas, so you're basically cutting out nitric acid. Cutting out that, going straight to rocket fuel. This would require a ton. Oh, it's got an output of water, though? I don't like that. I don't like that it has an output of water, though. He is going. Sleepy night. Amen to that. But, you know, progress is being made. And that's what's important. We're doing the pipes right now. Or at least this bit. Can you package the water and sink it? I believe you can sink a package. I think you can, but if you do that, that means you need a constant flow of plastic to package it and ship it, and it depends on what your ratio output is. If you're going to be doing a bunch, it's almost better not to have an output. That's why I like the just normal rocket fuel, because your only output is compacted coal, which you can reuse for turbo fuel, right? So what you're able to do with this, because, you know, you take your turbo fuel and your nitric acid, you get rocket fuel and compacted coal. But you can turn that compacted coal back into the system to make more turbo fuel. So I think, honestly, because the base recipe is just a little bit better as far as, like, efficiency goes. But that being said, I could be wrong. I very well could just be wrong. And there might be a really, really easy way to make the other recipe work really, really well. There probably is, but that would mean I would probably have to, like, tear down my entire existing plant in order to make that work. Like, if I wanted to use the alternate recipe, I would probably have to redo the entire plant, not just build off of what I already had, which could be a lot of work. Also, how many gens can it fuel? I have... How many did we end up with over at our rocket fuel plant? There's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, well, hold on. That's okay. Let's go have a look. Let's go have a quick look. It's a lot, but the way that I have it set up is I make turbo fuel using I believe it's the alternate recipe. Don't worry, we're not gonna get too distracted for long. But if I'm remembering my process correctly, we make turbo fuel with all the fancy alternate recipes to make it real nice, simple, and oh good, the third row is starting to back up. Fantastic. Oop, autosave.
I'm going to die!
Ooh, lurk. Tascan, thanks for the lurk. And grab a snack. Yes. Snack time. Go grab snack. We will wait right here. We are going to wait at dance time. Yeah. Oh, what's happening here? What is happening here? All those should be working at 100% efficiency. I believe they are. So that should still be a 100% whatever, but yep, everything's working over here 100%. Fantastic. So, whatever. They're getting filled. Those belts are balanced to, you know, figure their shit out, so everything should be fine. But a bunch of this stuff is actually finally, like, burning and whirring, as it were, which is good. Go have a look real fast. I'll show you the... Hopefully the train is in fact on its way. Fan-lippin-tastic. On its way back. So, I believe there's 900 generators, I think. That sounds right. I think I have 900 generators going on rocket fuel right now. If I'm wrong, then I guess I'm just a little wrong, but that's fine. Let's see. We will go have a look real fast and see what's up. If I had a mind to, I would probably fix this station to be a little bit better. Swoop. And then... yeah, I believe each one of these levels has 300. I believe each one of these has at least 300. There might be a few more. But 300 generators on each floor, 3 floors, and some of the ionized. Now, the ionized is, again, it's... I don't think there's enough... There's not enough sulfur in the world to make all of this ionized, which means you end up losing on, you know, potential. So personally, I think rocket fuel is kind of where you just want to leave it, right? You kind of want to just leave it there and let it work. Yeah, I'm just using the normal turbo fuel because I didn't... to switch over from turbo fuel, because I already had a pre-existing turbo fuel factory, and then I switched it over to a rocket fuel factory, it means I didn't have to do a whole bunch of changes. And so we're just doing normal rocket fuel. We make a compacticle, it goes up to the thing. This makes 200 per... each one of these makes 200 per minute, which means that 200, 200, 200, 200, 800. So each one of these setups is making roughly 800. So 800, 800, 800, 800. That's 3,200 plus another 600, 3,800 rocket fuel per minute. And let's see. Just one generator burns what? But again, can you make a plan? Sure. Are you willing to destroy everything? And this only uses 1 rocket fuel per minute, so... yeah, that sounds about right. Or no, it's 4.17 per whatever. Sure, alright. I mean, I'll see what I can thought map up. I'll have to see what I can thought map, because there might be a way to make this super efficient by using the other method. But I gotta look at how much those numbers are actually going to impact on a larger scale. Because... And I'm assuming you built yours in this area, did you not? You built yours over here, where I did? So, yeah, I did, okay. So I can use the fuel numbers and the hydrogen numbers from here to essentially just really easily figure out what needs using. But yeah, I could try to get a plan. I could probably get a plan squared up and exported or whatever. Oh, there's just so much to do in this game sometimes. But it's so good. I gotta admit, I do enjoy this game quite a bit. There's a deep level of satisfaction for, you know, getting a big plan of yours built and done and finished, kind of like what I'm doing right now. Like, huge satisfaction for building the nuclear power plant. Ah, I barely missed. That's fine. So, best feeling in the game is finishing a project. Yep. Really, really is. And not just like any project, but like a big project, you know, like one that you've been working on for like even the short like 12-hour build. You look at it and you're like, man, look at how good this looks. And it works and it's good. And then realize you want more. Speaking of more, here, like I built a tower right there so we can look over almost the entirety of the plant. So if I go up here, of the nuclear power plant, if I go up here, we can look down on everything. Be like, this is going to be our place. Why is there fog coming off of these things? There shouldn't be anything coming off of those. There's no water connected to these. These don't have any water connection. And yet they're acting like they're burning. Weird. Not as cool as Kibbit, but works. Well, that's because Kibbitz makes buildings for all of his stuff. He makes a whole, like, building for any one of these things that I did. And I didn't do that. Because I'm not very savvy when it comes to, like, building buildings in this game. I'm much better at just putting a factory together, right? Like, I can do numbers and whatnot for what I need to build, and it looks neat, and it looks great. But Kibbit spends, I kid you not, thousands of hours building his buildings to make them look as freakishly nice as humanly possible. Which I admire for that. I admire him for that. But I don't have that kind of dedication yet. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more rows of pipes to go. Then I can start doing some other stuff. You know. You just do put platform, build automation. Exactly. I am all about the automation side of it. I'm like, I like the big number and the perfect, as crazy perfect as I can make it. Kind of thing. That's what gets my goat. I do also really like when, you know, all the clean numbers and everything, like, the pipe work is a ton of fun. I like when I can make these look uniform and nice and clean. It takes a ton more effort, but the end result, especially on mass, especially when you have a lot of stuff, there's a very, very satisfying allure to being able to look out over the big factory and be like, just like this, for example, like all the pipes line up, really, really good looking, all the pumps are lined up. Whoops, I'm falling. Oop, there we go. And even better when we take the time to like color code everything. That's also really, really satisfying to sit down and actually paint everything to kind of match up and be different and look good. But like I said, like Kibit's thing, he builds buildings, and I can appreciate that. Lord knows I ain't gonna. Ooh, is that... I think that's about as close as that's gonna get, sadly. Yeah. I wish I could blueprint the water pumps so badly so I could make certain that I have, you know, nice, completely uniform. Like, this looks great, but it's not exact. It could be perfect, but the game won't let me. And that's sad. Whoops. Also, Kibitz isn't going to do what I do and cheat into the game to make certain that I can build way more than I should have been allowed to. I think Kibitz is sinking like a ton of his plutonium, if I remember correctly. He's just going to end up burning like most of it into the sinks. Which, you know, is fine. Sometimes you gotta do it that way. There is a way I could do this entirely by following the rules of the map. I have already proven in my plans and everything that I could do it. Ergo, since I can do it, I'm not gonna. Since we can take full advantage of a couple of mods to say, hey, I'm gonna do this instead, to just make something really cool, then I'm gonna make something really cool. Because I think I've said it before, like what I'm doing here is not possible with the world resources. The world doesn't have enough resources to do what I'm doing. This, up to this point, there is, and you can do it. All the way up to plutonium cells, you can do. by following the rules of the game and the map. But that's fine. And that's the way that Kibitz is doing it right now, which is make... I think he's making 20... I think he's making... Yeah, 20 sounds right. I think he's making 20 plutonium cells like I am. And then what he's doing is he's only using, like, 2.5 of them in order to go build Fixonium, because he still has some SAM left in his world. I don't. Because I'm going mad with power and saying, but what if I made more SAM? What if I just created more SAM in the world? And went insane? Which, again, it's one of those situations where it's like, you know what? It would be really cool if I did. Ergo, we're gonna do it. But if I can get at least these ones turned on... I don't know if I'll get them turned on today, but... we'll find out. Still got time. Oop, there we go. Because all the other systems are in place in order to make that happen. But in order to make that happen, I'm going to need all of these pipes plugged in with the water tower going, which I still got to go build. Ready to go and doing all that nonsense, right? So I still got to do a ton of work just to get this system turned on. So it might be one of those, like, you know... Oops. Didn't need to do that. Need to do that. Ooh, this one's lining up real nice. This one probably not so much. Nope. Fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. I still gotta connect all these to power, too. That's another thing I gotta do. I gotta put power shards in all these things. I gotta connect them to power, which the power's just ready to go. It's just I haven't, you know. I just haven't hooked them up. Which, in theory, that shouldn't take too terribly long, honest to goodness. It's like, might take me a little bit of time, but it shouldn't be... too crazy. Yeah, that's about as good as that's gonna get. Whoops. Probably didn't need to go that far forward, but that's fine. Oh my goodness. Oh! Oh, Headless Looney, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? Do you play the Satisfactory? Do you enjoy the Satisfactory game? Lord knows I do. Listening to me ramble about all this nonsense and all the things I'm building. Also, I think one of the things I do genuinely love about this game is even times like this where it's like, yeah, it looks like very, very tedious, right? It's quite calming in its own way. Like, kind of lethargic to just sit here, build, know that it's gonna look really good when it's done, know that it's feeling awesome. Alright, let's get the... Oh, hell yeah. Love when it lines up. Whoop, there we go. I do thoroughly love when I can accidentally get these things to line up properly. Really difficult, because, like, this one probably doesn't, but... Yeah, what are you gonna do? So we get all this stuff set up. We're on our last one. And then we'll go build the water tower after... do I build the water tower or do I... let's go build the water tower. I want to build the water tower to give me something different than just monotony for a second. Boop, there we go. And boop, there we go. Whoops. It's not the button I meant to hit. Boop, plug. Plug that. No, that's the first one that really needed a change. Huh. Well, whatever. We're so close. And then I'll clean all this up later, like, you know. I'll get rid of the what's-its, I'll get the pipes colored, and get all that stuff done at a time that's, you know, offline and more convenient. Or when I need to take a break from the video editing. Just, you know, a time that isn't taken up by stream time. Yeah, about as close as that's gonna get. I don't like how close that is, but I do like that it lines up perfect. That makes me giddy for other reasons. Okay, so now that's done. Let's get a water tower built. Over there. So that way I have one line. I was thinking of building it here in the middle, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that because I want one system connecting all the pipes together all the way down the line, rather than, you know, a whole bunch, which I don't, other than having to, like, divide it up in a weird way, which would annoy me. So we're not going to do it that way. We're going to build it all the way over here. It's going to be fine. Everything's going to be great. We will connect everything up a little bit later. I still have to bring all these things up, build the platforms all the way out to, like, right there, and keep going with whatever. So let's do like this. Foundation. How come you don't want to do the thing for me, game? Oop, there we go. Whew. Yeah, none of this water should ever have to go above this, so we'll do that. Fantastic. We're going to have the output go down here, which means we're going to have an input right here, which means I'm going to want to do... Come on, I had a second ago. Oh my goodness. Oh, Blood Princess! How's it going? What up? Raiding with the party 9. Welcome in, Raiders. How are ya? What the heckin'? Who's this goober? I don't know. I'm just some guy. What can I say? BP, how goes? How was stream? How was your stream? Was it fun? Did you guys have fun? What'd you do? Tell me more. Tell me more. And Squidward's here. Squidward, you missed out. Ooh, not at the knock. But we now have... Actually, Blood Princess, I'm going to tell you about it. Because you can use it. We have a lime. We have a lime, finally. It went well. Just hanging out, warframing. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Warframing's always fun. Yep, there's your lime. There's your awful... lime giggle. Oh my. There's the awful lime giggle that you all desperately wanted from me. I hate that. Everybody wanted it. So you know what I did? I made it. You all begged for it, remember? Every one of you was like, you really need a, you know, a creepy child giggle sound. I'm gonna use it so much. I love that. Blood Princess loves it. I mean, again, she's the one who, you know, really made the push for it. Oh, I could have done this better. Hold on. No. We're gonna fix where that junction goes. There. Why are you being awful? Whatever. And funny enough, Blood Princess, funny enough, that giggle was taken directly from, we're talking, remember when we were playing through Silent Hill? That was the laugh you talked about. That was the laugh you mentioned that you wanted. So... it was the moment where we were walking through the school, and all the dumb scarecrows popped up and laughed at me, and I had a mild panic. So, I didn't even realize, That's why it is the exact moment, in fact. Alright, we'll go right about there. Because I finally got to that spot in the editing. That's part of part 3 of the videos that are going to be coming out. And I was like, there's the giggle. I remembered, and I stole it. I stole it today, and I turned it into a soundbite this afternoon. So now that exists. Now you all have a lime. I guess. Alright, let's see now. So now I need to connect power. Oh, lemon. And then the lemon happens. Ooh. BP1. I do like the doorbell. I'm not gonna... I like the doorbell one. The doorbell is one of my favorites. I think. It has become one of my favorites. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, Squibber, but the dance takes a minute. There's a line. Needs to be a little bit. Reading in your cup. Oh, Goblin. I miss Goblin. I haven't talked to Goblin in a minute. I bet he's doing good, though. I bet he's doing just fine. It goes up to there. And that goes to there. To make this look a little cleaner, let's do like this. Whoops. So now this should be piping. Which means this is going to fill and it's all going to be great. It's all going to be wonderful. Oh, there's a line. There needs to be a coconut. We do need a coconut when you're right. What up, Open? How's it going? Hello, friends. How are you? How goes your Wednesday? Oh. We are just building. More building. Let's get this situation sorted out real fast, like, shall I? We're gonna do it like this, so it's about on the middle line. It's gonna kind of look like that the whole way down. And if there's lime and coconut, needs to be rum. I don't have any rum. I don't have any rum, actually. I'm well. Just got home from work. Tried one of those Bloom prebiotic sodas. How is it? Root beer float. Pretty damn good. Fantastic. That sounds delightful. It sounds delightful indeed. I hunger. But I don't know what I'm going to make. It'll probably be something simple. I made a grilled chicken earlier today with a kind of a tangy mustard sauce. It was quite tasty, but I still hunger, but I'm kind of in a snacky mood. You know what I mean? Oh man, you know what I don't have that I wish I had right now? I wish I had cookies. I wish I had cookies, but I'm out of cookies. I ate them all. And I haven't made more yet. So, and that's kind of my fault. Oh, I guess I should do my due diligence on some stuff here. 1 second. I gotta do my streamer duties because I totally do like this. Whoops, caps. I think that works. That should work. There you go, Blood Princess. I no forget. It takes me a second, but I no forget. For anybody who doesn't already follow BP, lovely human being. Super nice. Whoop, autosave. There it goes. Autosave done. Always plays the nice chill, you know, cashy games. Though you were playing Warframe today, so, you know. I guess there's that. I don't know, is that a chill game? Is that a chill kind of game? Warframe was chill. Okay, I'll accept it then. So long as it stays chill. I mean, I don't know. I've never actually played Warframe. A friend of mine tried to get me to play it years ago when it was like first out, and I didn't because it didn't look like my kind of game. And that's perfectly okay. The thing I love about video games is there's something for everyone, and not everyone has to, you know, play everything. In fact, I would argue it's actually pretty damn impossible for someone to play everything and enjoy everything. Someone's going to be out there and is going to be able to, and is going to try and make that claim that, oh, no. I play and love absolutely every single video game I play. And I'm like, okay. Like, I love video games. And there are times where even I have to say, this game bad. Occasional oopsie panic. Mm-hmm. But not every time. There's another game that the Cult of the Lamb DLC just came out, and I can't play it because, you know, reasons. But it looks very charming. My thing with, like, I loved Cult of the Lamb. And I wish I could play... I wish it had more content. I wish it had more. And now it does. And that excites me. But I can't play it. And that saddens me. But luckily, the Terraria update came out. And everyone loves Terraria. Like... It took some convincing for some people that I know to be like, no, you should try Terraria. It's going to be fun. And they were like, it looks like a knockoff Minecraft. And I'm like, it isn't. And only when they finally realized that it's not a knockoff Minecraft did they finally understand and realize this is why this game is great. Just accept it. Just do the thing. So now I need to connect all of these together with the water tower. So that way they should all be, you know, pressurized all the way up to the absolute top. This is gonna be work. Hold on. Okay, so I kinda gotta take it at that angle, huh? Oh, come on. And basically, I'm going to have one of these going the whole way. It's going to actually look not too bad. Not too bad. You play Warframe? Add me. I will play. In-game. Unless... I know a few people that plays it. I do not. Oh, just watch BP play it. Oh. Again. It's one of those things. You see what I mean, though? You see what I mean? It's like it suddenly brings a people. let's let this connect. Connect, goddammit. Not to that. Oh, I had it there for a second. You know what? I wonder if it'll be easier if I do it like this. Because then it has less places to go. It has less places to sit there and try to be like, I want to connect to that thing. I mean, that kind of worked. Piece of junk. There we go. This is also, I think, simultaneously trying to fill all of these pipes. Which it will not do that, eventually. Okay, so this method kind of works now that I got a little bit more of the hang of it. So let's do all the top ones. Then on our way back, we'll do all the bottoms. Anyway. Boop, and boop, and place. And place. There we go. Huh. Place. The offer still stands. Yes. Love Princess will play Warframe. She likey the Warframe. I believe that worked. Yep, sure did. Fantastic. Okay. The game is finally learning kind of what I'm after, so... Whoop. Autosave. I'm always afraid when the autosave kicks in because I don't know where I'm going to end up. Sometimes I just take my hands off the controls for a second and say, hold on. Let me, you know, let's come to a full stop before anything else bad happens. All right, so now those are all connected into one singular water tower. That means all pressure should be good. So now we can sit here and wire it up. This might take a minute. Not to mention that I'm going to have to run through all of this and also overclock all of them. About to say, that was really dumb of you, machine. Why would you just connect to another machine? You need to connect to the pole first. Then you can connect to the other machine. Boop. Boop. I'll run over all these after I'm done to make sure that they're overclocked. After they're connected to power, then we can run around, power shard it up. Once the power shards are in, then we can worry about water elsewhere. Well, water's gonna go up later eventually anyway, so maybe, I don't know. After... Because again, the nuclear power plants up there can't get turned on until all of this water is piped upward. Not to mention, I think that system is still probably catching up on the uranium fuel rods. So we've got the time to let that kind of keep doing its thing, as it were. See, and this is going a lot faster than, you know, the pipe work did, so... Boop, there we go. Everything's going smoothly. The ones all the way at the back should probably be stopping now. Maybe, I don't know, can't tell. I would imagine that they are reaching the end of that little bit, like actually filling up this pipe. It only fills, this thing only burnt, or bleh, 300 between the two of them. But that being said, it should not take them long to fill. Then, boop. We are so close to being able to turn the nuclear power plant on in some regard. And I would like to be able to get to that stage.
I'm going to die!
Oh my goodness. Oh, lurk. What up, Shade? How's it going? How are you? Thanks for the lurk. How was scramming the other day. Does it fit with your schedule, you thinking? You got your new work schedule. You thinking that streaming's gonna work still? I know you were worrying about that, so, you know, I ask. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. Plug, plug, plug. Ugh. Ooh. I just realized what sounds really, really tasty. I want cheesecake. I want cheesecake. Maybe some sort of like strawberry drizzle over the top kind of cheesecake. That sounds really tasty right now. Well, maybe one day. Maybe one day. One day I'll be allowed the cheesecake. I'm making teriyaki beef with white rice. That sounds delightful as well. That sounds really good. Have you considered Spam? I do that all the time with Spam. Just do like a teriyaki Spam and rice. That always hits the spot. But then again, I am a very simple individual when it comes to food sometimes. I don't need a lot. Few comfort foods. Though I do, you know, I do fall into the pattern of sitting down and being like, you know what, I'm going to make this, and I end up making it more often than I think I do. And then I don't have it again for a long time. Alright, time to insert all of the power shards. Well, luckily, this actually is pretty quick. This should, you know, be real quick. In theory. Not much. Doing good. Had a lot of fun with Project Doors yesterday. Maybe I'm not sure if the job will work with me. Uh-oh. So, my old job, I would do tasks and a lot of work with some background sound and or images so I would not pass out. This new job has different areas we need to work on, and today they started on the one they all love to do, and I wanted to just slip into a coma. Depending on how things go, I may be doing that part 10 hours a few days every other week with the 7 on 7. 7 on 7 off thing. Gotcha. That sounds... Whoops. That sounds kind of rough going. But I've done similar schedules. I've done the, you know, you only work 4 days, but you do 10 hours. That's how my last company operated, and it was so weird, though, because, okay, when they first introduced that schedule, it was intended for the engineers. Like, the engineers would be like, yeah, we'll do the 10 hours and only work 4 days and everything. But then what ended up happening is somebody had to be there on Friday to let people not on that schedule in. And, like, no one wanted to do that. None of the managers wanted to do that because all the managers were engineers. And so, all of the, like, none of the managers wanted to come in and be like, I don't want to work Friday. And so, there were some days where Friday I showed up and did literally nothing. Because I'm like, there's no engineers to talk to, no one's working in production, no one's doing this stuff. I mean, like, what exactly do you expect to happen today? And that went on for like 4 weeks, like a month. And eventually they realized, oh, we're literally paying people to do shit on a day that they can't do anything. Because no one's in production, no one's doing this. I mean, you could still, I guess, do some stuff, but generally speaking, it's nothing that's going to be beneficial to the day-to-day. And so they quickly transferred everyone to the 10 hour, which when they introduced the 410s, I immediately was like, I would absolutely do 410s. Can I get on that schedule? And they first told me no. I don't know why. Doesn't make any sense, but like it's still the same hours, and I mean, just means I finish sooner. And then, not to mention the fact, the company also really tried to sit there and say that we pride ourselves on saying, hey, if you get all 40 of your hours done in like 3 days, then just, you know, do that. And so there would be some Thursdays where it's like, hey, I spent like 2 hours extra yesterday doing some shit, and then an hour on Monday trying to get some of this other stuff done. So I'm bugging out at like, you know, 2 p.m. on Thursday, and just, that's it. That's my 40. And again, another situation where they were like, maybe we don't do this. Again, another one of those, maybe this isn't the right way for us to be going about this. I don't know. And I'm like, look, I'll do whatever it is you people tell me you want to do, but just, you know, sack up to the fact and just tell me. Don't act like, you know, whoops. Don't act like it's some new trouble or whatever that they're trying to figure out. So now let's see. So, yep, that got it all the way up to the top. Fan-freaking-tastic. All right. So now I need to build this platform, which, what did I call this? This was like, did I even give it a picture? Nuke pipe floor, I sure did. I'm gonna have to do this one at a time until I get this part done, and then I can go do the other big bit. Yeah, with how I work this mind-numbing area with nothing in the background, I feel so, you know, exhausted with nothing engaging. I usually have things playing in the background, so my thinking part of my brain would work. I like the 410s each week, or 5/8s. These 7 on, 7 off does not let me have as much freedom off for vacation. Yeah. I do get 50 extra days off compared to working hourly, but, you know, getting the freedom to have 2 weeks off in a row is nicer to me. Lets me visit family outside of the country, like Japan. That makes sense, yeah. Tired, not existed. Exhausted, tired, yeah. All the same. But yeah, I get you. I agree. 7 days on, 7 days off does sound not very fun. It seems like one of those where I'd just be like, you know, I don't wanna, you know. That's it. I just don't wanna. Especially in, like, a job or a particular task that really is just very mind-numbing. If you're not allowed to just move, do something to, like, help with that, it is torture. Like, I do the same thing. When I'm doing my editing for, like, YouTube stuff, I have to get up and move around, do something, go listen to, like, a YouTube video or something for a little while, at least, like, half an hour, just to let my brain calm its shit down. Be like, you've been staring at yourself talking at a video game for 2 hours. Take a break. And I'm like, okay. And then I take a break. Because it just... There's something so taxing about it. There's something very, very taxing about hearing yourself talk for 4 to 5 hours out of your day. So that's why usually if I get like 4 hours of editing, somewhere between 3 and 4 hours of editing done in a day, I am happy. Because doing it otherwise, it's, you know, it's awful. So, get about 3 hours, then allows me to say, okay, I did, you know, I did this much. Now I can move on. So I am going to need to tear some of this apart later. Imagine if I could zoop a blueprint. Wouldn't that be great? Oh, there it is. I was like, where the hell is that thing? There it is. I was too far up, I couldn't tell. I couldn't see it. I'm gonna have to... I know, that was all of it. Yeah, that was all of it. It's like, wait. I thought I didn't go far enough. Turns out I went plenty far. I went plenty. I've still got enough filters for the hazmat. We've still got over 100, so I'm happy. I wish I could put those in the dimensional and they would just consume from the dimensional portal, the dimensional depot. They don't. That makes me sad. Oh, also, I'm gonna have to... I'm gonna have to go up and check on the nuclear power plants here in a second, because if they are fully caught up, I don't think they are. But if they are fully caught up, then that means even if I can get the pipes sorted out with some of this, I don't know if I'll get all of it. I might be able to. Might be a stretch. But if we can get the water sorted, if we can get this pipework sorted out, we're gonna turn these on. Either that or it's like a, you know, a later sort of thing. I don't know. Maybe that's the first thing I do next Wednesday is just, let's, you know, turn the power on. I could also... the auto-connect pipe is just not good. I don't want to do the auto-connect pipe. Oh, turn on these nuts. Got him. Got him. Like, I don't want to use the auto connect for a pipe blueprint because they just don't work. But I might be able to get a blueprint to just help a little bit. I don't know. Like, maybe? Oh, daddy. Whoa. Blech. And then the daddy happens and everyone's sad. I get it. Everyone's awake now. Congratulations, everybody. You're gonna be like me and staying up until, 4:30 in the morning, maybe. Yeah. Also, the armrests on my chair are finally starting to get, like the memory foam or however. I think it's just rubber. I think these ones are just rubber, but they're finally starting to get divots from use. I've been noticing them the last couple of weeks. Every once in a while, there's one, and I'm like, aha. There's a small indent where my elbow goes. Not that it's a bad thing, really. I mean, it's still, the armrest still functions. But might be time I find some sort of, like, pad, an external applicator to put on there to make it a little softer. I don't know. Man, this thing is huge. This thing is just too damn big. That's what it comes down to. This project is too damn big. But is that gonna stop me? Hell no. I still gotta figure out how I'm gonna route the outputs. Do I want to route the outputs underneath or on top? I kind of want to do on top so that way we can see it. Like, it's cool to be able to see a lot of this stuff moving and grooving, doing stuff, Like, I kind of want to see where some of this stuff goes. But I don't know if that's possible, considering how far some of this stuff has to travel. Like, the nuclear waste off of these things is going to have to go over to there. And that's kind of, kind of far. Or maybe I take it, above ground for a little bit, and then we dip it underneath. I don't know. I haven't decided. How that's going to get routed through. I'm sure it'll be nice once I have decided on something, but until I've decided on how to do that, who knows? Might be trash. I don't know. Because, yeah, everything would essentially be flowing in this spot to either come underneath and go that way or stay above ground and go that way. I haven't figured out which it's going to be. But let's see. So now I'll save doing that for another time. Right now we're in the goal of trying to maybe get this stuff online. So, aha. So this is up to 50. Are you completely backed up? It actually might be. Okay, the whole system might actually be completely backed up. That's a lot of smoke for things that aren't doing anything. Like, you're not providing power, so why are you smoking? I don't get it. Oh well. And one of the things I will have to do if I go through... Yep, I believe it is backed up. Fantastic. That over there is not backed up fully, but it's getting there. Okay, we're not entirely backed up yet. Almost. Like, it will get there. But we're gonna have to disconnect these from power. At some point, to make certain that the water goes where it belongs. Or I just start on the end. I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I haven't quite figured out that part yet. Because if I disconnect, what I could do, just as a safety precaution, to keep power up here, or to make certain that power stays up here, is connected like this. Oh, but then that's gonna disconnect. Oh, wait, this doesn't do me any good, does it? Well, I'm already committed, so I'll do it for this one just to keep the pattern, make it look good. I'm already committed. Lemon. Open. Why? Oh. I want food. Your teriyaki beef and rice sounds delicious now, and now I'm hungry. Mostly because it's also, like, there's something very, very satisfying about simple meals like that I can just, eat. Let's see, did I make a train pillar pipe holster? Is this... Yep. Well, how big is this? Is this, oh, it's the wrong one. Dang it. So not the pipe holster, I want the... I could have swore I had a thing. Did I delete it? I might have deleted it. Copper belt, conveyor, coke line. Yeah, I may have deleted it. Whoops. Oh well, I can always build another one. I ended up adding a green bell pepper. Because veggie. Stands to reason. Alright, yeah, makes sense. Gotta get your veg in there somehow. Hydrate? You're right, Naimon. Hydrate. Ugh. I have been talking for a long time. Water will do me some good. As I just, walk through the steam that shouldn't exist because there's no water. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna build a blueprint to help us speed this along. I don't know what I accidentally just colored. There we go. All right. We're gonna... Let's see. Nuke floor water pipe. Alright, so now we have something to try to add to the thing. Fell into the rabbit hole of YouTube documentaries of the internet solving murders. Ooh, that sounds like fun though. How many have they solved? Tell me. I know there's a whole thing about the internet finding, you know, finding scumbag people on the internet. There was that, Chinese lady and her cat, and she got caught fast. Which I was like, good. That woman should suffer so much. Still on second video. How many videos are there? I'm like, is it a series? Is it a little documentary series, docu-series, as it were? But yeah, there was a lady, I'm not gonna tell the story, it's sad. First video was Vietnam internet sleuth solving some Vietnam cannibalism. Oh, wow. That's gruesome, but okay. But alright. I'm here for it. It's 6 pipes. Damn it. Hold on. It's 6 pipes. It's 6 pipes, not 5. I screwed up. 1 second. Back to the blueprint thing. That annoys me. Yoink. Alright, back to the grind. Back to the grind. That what you got on YouTube for, or did you fall down one of the infamous rabbit holes? Rabbit hole. That's the best. Finding all the good stuff in there. I mean, I enjoys a good rabbit hole. From time to time. I have things there? Huh. Depends on the topic. But generally speaking, I find them to be quite entertaining. Alright, now we're gonna try... I'm gonna try this And we're gonna see if this is gonna play nice. Oh shit, I just realized something. This blueprint is pointless. This blueprint is pointless because I need to divert literally just like right there. So let's get, like, a good figurable spot here. If I were to do, like, this... Is that too close? Okay, so that's too close. Ooh, lime. Ooh, that's awful. Second video I'm watching is about the internet solving a murder note cipher. Does look fun. We're gonna share a photo of my dinner. But it kind of looks dookie. Yeah. But it tastes good. And that's the important part, right? So if I do like that, that looks not bad. Yeah, I can make this work. I can totally make this work. This is gonna look good. Apple. Don't have that one yet. I'm sorry. Hey, Meepy. Heading to bed. Have a good stream. Good night, Blood Princess. Thank you again for the raid, and sleep well. Tell Ilsitter we say hi, and that we miss him, but we understand because, you know, his schedule is awful. Like, we get it. But at the same time, you know. Why is that one okay with that? Why is that one okay with it? What? That's weird. I'm trying to get my spacing all the same. Because, yeah. Hello, Sadaddy, I don't understand and I don't get it. This all makes sense. And then he's gonna say something like, "Oh, well, yeah, but what else is new?" And we're gonna be like, "Ha ha ha, classic." Schedule and sick, yeah. Went to bed 2 hours earlier than he normally does tonight. Every once in a while, I see him pop up on Steam when I'm still awake at, like, you know, 3 in the morning. But it's not 3 in the morning for him, so it's like... But I'll see him hop on and play a little bit of Civ before the day is, you know, or before the morning starts, I guess. Only every once in a while. It's very few, and it's not for very long either. It's always pretty short. It's like, you know, play a couple turns, go do the thing. He's up at like 4:30 each morning. Yep. That's what I mean. It's like every once in a while, he's awake when I am still on the thing. But yeah, tell him we miss him. But we get it. We understand and we miss him. He will understand. I am sure. When are you going to play a game that's good? Like Dragon's Dogma 2. Eli, I played it on Tuesday. What are you talking about? Like, were you not here for that? I mean, come on. Chat, back me up here. What up, Eli? How's it going? What, you don't like... You know, you don't think lining up pipes is, you know, is fun. Entertainment. Played it for days. Days on end. I never stopped. 48-hour streams. One after the other. No. We're laying pipe up in this stream. See? And laying pipe is important. Everybody knows that. So let's see. So that goes to that one. So I want it right here. Look at that. That actually looks pretty good. And then, honest to goodness, like, I will probably delete these platforms at some point later, just to, you know, see how it looks from underneath. I think just seeing all the pipes from underneath would be better than seeing platforms. So I'm probably going to delete the platforms there. But I need the platforms here now in order to do the thing. So, you know. Wrong website for that. I mean, says you. It can still work. It's Twitch after all. We all know Twitch is weird. Twitch is weird and kind of icky with their so-called rules. Oh, whoops. I was like, why is this saying it's overlapping on something? It shouldn't be overlapping on anything. Because it was overlapping on something. I was talking to Eli the other day, though, that I do need to play more Icarus. I do need to play more Icarus. But the problem is it's such a fat game on my card right now, on my hard drive. Like, I don't have a lot of gigs to spare. Like, Egg is wearing pants. Exactly. Like, you all believe that I'm wearing pants because Twitch says I have to say that I am. When the reality is, you don't know. Maybe I am, maybe I ain't. Who knows? The world may never know. And one day, I might have a Twitch scandal where it turns out, oh yeah, Ag hasn't worn pants in like 2 years, and then Twitch gets all up in arms about it, but then OnlyFans is like, we're willing to make you an offer. And I'm like, very strange that you are watching me, but all the same, okay. Like, I get it. Please tell me that my demographic is mostly female. And they're like, Canadian, actually. And I'm like, oh, that makes sense. The Canadian demographic, you know how they are. Gluttons for pain and torture. Kick welcomes you. Yeah, Kick welcomes everybody, let's be honest. Kick doesn't care. Which, in some way, is not like a term of endearment either, as it is, right? Like, well, you know, Kick will welcome you to come play the thing. Yeah, no, it's not. It's like, that's like basically saying, like, look, I started an analogy and then I didn't know how to connect it properly, so I quit. So exactly that, right? Like, imagine the analogy that I just thought of, but imagine it working. And just, you know, assume that. But the reality is, like, it's just, Okay, here's a decent one. It's like saying that Denny's is a you know, fine dining establishment. Everybody's welcome at Denny's. It's not, you know, that crazy. Or like saying, hey, I got kicked out of a Waffle House once. Everybody has gotten kicked out of a Waffle House. No one gives a shit. Right? That's kick, but for streamers. It's like, look, we all know that you got kicked out of Waffle House. Come on over. We get it. If it's an early stream and I have my cam off, you can bet I've just woken up and I'm just in my undies. See? See? Like, I'm pretty certain that for... even during winter, it's like, I'm probably wearing shorts. Who needs pants when I have shorts on? This pipe lane is taking a lot longer than I anticipated. But that's okay. Mostly just because I'm like, I don't have a good way to be above this. And so I have to just rely on the lines to say that it's working. That it's, you know, that the pipe is going in the right direction. But it seems to be going well. So we'll see. I mean, I've got 3 of these things done. That means there's only how many more to go? All of them? And then, okay, so here's kind of my thought, is that after I get these placed, then I have to... Oh, wait. Oh, wait! Oh, no! Hold on! I'm pretty certain this one actually connects into the damn thing. It doesn't. What? Wait. No power? What are you on about? Wait. What the? Oh, it's not connected over their whole thing. I was like, it's not connected over there. It's not connected on the down. Whew. Alright. I put myself into a bit of a panic. I thought there was water in this pipe. Oh, there isn't. Oh, thank God. I was like, if one of those things is going, that means waste is accumulating, and I can't have that. Waste accumulating means bad things. So, we can't have nuclear waste piling up. It would be exceptionally detrimental to our entire factory. Need more radiation levels. More. I mean, as if it's not already high enough. I'm down to 112 filters now. Which is, you know, not the end of it, thankfully. I've got quite a bit, and they are automated back home. They are automated back at the home base to some extent. It's like a soft automation, where it's like I put a bunch of stuff in the container, and it pulls from the container, and it works. But... whoa. That was weird. Blunk. Ugh. So I gotta make certain that these are all connecting up properly. Everything's color-coded. The platforms are gone. And everything will eventually look really, really neat. Like, I like this kind of thing that I got going on, and they're all in the same size of turn, because I'm measuring it. Though they're like, you know, a little bit longer the further away that pipe is, but you get my point. Maybe I should start doing it like this. Just to speed up my process a little bit. And how far will this one go? Right there. Since I'm basically doing this already. I mean, might as well. Whoop. Yeah, this is actually. Is this speeding it up? Probably. Yeah, I could argue that this is, in fact, speeding up the process. I don't like that I have to do this for that, because it's like, it just doesn't want to connect to the ground, but, you know. Whatever. Yeah, I would say that sped that up a little bit. I would say that that sped that up a decent chunk. What time is it? I've got about 20 minutes left. I don't think I'm getting done with this in time. There's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 more to go. So I don't get to turn the machines on today. But after I get some of this stuff done in the offline, then we would be able to suddenly be like, all right, now I can turn the thing on. Like, I probably won't do a ton in the offline, if I'm being honest. Like, whoop, what the? Okay, there you go. Like, it just wouldn't connect for a second. That was weird. Probably wouldn't do a ton on the offline, apart from maybe laying down some more pipe and just getting through that. But, remember? When in doubt, more pylons. I'm running out of pylons too. Also, I'm a Zerg player, goddammit. More overlords. I don't know. I've always been a Zerg player. That's not straight. Always played Zerg. Even when, like, StarCraft 2 came out and they were like, oh yeah, don't worry, like, the classes are very different from what they were before. There's, like, a variety, and a bunch of people even admitted to being like, yeah, I used to play this, and then I switched because, you know, I just liked the feel of it better. And I'm like, that's great. I play Zerg. Like, a bunch of my friends I know who were like, StarCraft 1 days were like, all in on Protoss. Suddenly, Terran players. Suddenly they're playing Terran, and I'm like, I'm disappointed in you. You used to have integrity, what happened? Turns out, integrity died. Who needs integrity when you have success? Because, let's be honest, I don't know how many people were like StarCraft players like I was. When StarCraft 2 came out and it was like the brand new hot, you know, competitive RTS, Terran was just eating everything. Terran was just so goddamn good. And it was so easy. The 3Ms basically just said, yeah, we're gonna dominate, like, every tournament. Enjoy. The Marine Marauder Medevac, the 3Ms, just, you know, took over the competitive scene for a good short while. And then, the Zerg players found out, hey, the 6-pool cheese still works, and they were doing it. And it made me giddy. It won me so many games and got me into platinum by doing that. I have made so many people angry. I made so many people angry doing that. Nobody likes getting 6-pooled. Or what's worse is when you, like, you know, you really commit. You commit entirely to the cheese. And you bring your drones with you because you're that confident it's gonna win. Whoops. Plug. Because bringing your drones with you, just, you know, essentially said, hey, if I don't win right now, I'm leaving. Luckily, it won more than it failed? Kind of thing. Like, it had a... You know, you had, like, about a 60% chance, honest to goodness, that they weren't ready for it. Especially in the lower levels. At lower levels, it was almost too easy. You could be like, yep, I'm just gonna do a slow like a fast 6-pool, and then they're gonna see it coming, and then they're gonna leave. They're just gonna leave the video game because they're mad. And wouldn't you believe it? They would leave the video game because they were mad. And then there are other people who are like, you know, cheesing is a bad tactic and it's bad for the RTS genre as a whole. And to those people I say, if Blizzard wanted to nerf it, then they will. And you know what? They did. They did eventually nerf it, and everything went fine. I step away and come back to cheese drones. Yep. That's how it goes. What can I say? Talk about StarCraft. When StarCraft 2 came out, one of the existing cheeses still existed, and it was kind of mean. For, like, really good players, it's not hard to defend, because it'd be like, you know, if you play the game properly, you can just stop it. You already have your defenses in place, and it doesn't do anything. So you can't play it at a higher level, really. But it carried me into Platinum doing that. And then people started to get wise about it. But at least I played something fun instead of just the 3 M's. The Marine Marauder Medevac combo was just too easy. It's like, I build 3 units and win the video game. Go me. Like, congratulations. It takes a whole lot of, you know, not much to do that. And I haven't played StarCraft in a long-ass time anyway, so it's like, you know, I'm probably really bad at it now. I'm probably pretty damn bad. The only reason I even got halfway decent when StarCraft 2 came out is because I sat down and I played it for hours and hours and hours. God damn it. I saw the line and it lied to me. Did anybody else see the line? I swear that it had the line. Could have swore. Oh right, you want this dumb thing. Ugh. And boop, there we go, connect. There we go. My nose be tingling. Still no word yet if I'm allowed to start making some money again this week, by the way. Hopefully they tell me tomorrow. It's been... they say 7 to 10 business days, and today was 10 business days. So... if I don't hear anything tomorrow, I'll probably just call them and be like, hey, I know you're probably going to call me, probably within like a day or whatever, but I just need to know. Like, did nobody call me? Did something happen? Or did I get a notification somewhere that, you know, like through an email or something that I just didn't get? Just tell me I'm allowed to start being able to afford, you know, food again. Because right now, I'm living off stuff in the freezer. Which is fine. The stuff in the freezer is tasty, thankfully. But all the same, it's a bit of a buzzkill when I'm not able to be like, you know, add a little variety into the life. Like, I've been out of ramen for 3 weeks. Can you believe it? I haven't had ramen in 3 weeks. Place in the thing, goddamn you! There he goes. Good luck. Yep. And the... oh, the one website that hosts the thing where I usually take, like, video editing commissions and whatnot, they say that they're on track to being back up soon. So that's good. And I will probably do something there to try and, like, help generate a little bit more traffic. I don't know. Might be able to say, hey, let me do, like, you know, I'll work at a discount than my normal rate if you just give me something to do. Just something to bring in a little bit of business for a short time. Which, you know, probably wouldn't be too bad. Especially when it's like, most of the stuff that I do. Dinner was phenomenal. Yas. Because most of the stuff that I do on my own time, like my videos for YouTube, or if I do, or if I do stuff to post on that site as a means of like, hey, look at what I, look at what I made. Hire me to do something. Generally speaking, I don't put anything behind a paywall. Even, even Twitch counts as that. It'd be like, I have this staunch opposition of putting things on a paywall if I can avoid it. And I will maintain that. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more to go. Okay, maybe this has sped up. Maybe doing it how I was doing it at the very, very beginning was the bad call. But anyway, as I was saying, I want to maintain as non-paywall as humanly possible. So it's like everything I've made for, some websites, or even what I've made for some commissions. Like, I'll be like, if I'm allowed to show your stuff off on the website to help me try to work, that would be appreciated. I don't need to, but, it's nice when I'm able to, especially post something in a public space and say, hey, this was a commission I did. It's like, it lends itself a little bit more professionalism to the capabilities of what I can do. So that way it's like, oh, well, they made this and they got paid for it. I mean, it does look good. I could pay them to do that too. And then I get more business. That being said, I also never I just ask for permission. So if I make a commission thing for someone and I'll just ask, be like, can I put it on the host site so that way, I can use it as advertisement. And I think, generally speaking, most people are like, yeah, that's okay. So, like, a couple of people have been like, no, I don't want that. Like, this is for a work thing, or it's for, school. And if someone were to find it, that would be bad. And I'm like, that's fine, I guess. Maybe do your own work, but whatever. But what do I know? Especially the people if I've done it for like school projects or whatever, like school videos. Those people I'm like, look, I don't really give a shit. I'm just telling you, like, it might not be great if somebody found out. It's all I'm saying. So, colleges are very, very upsetty when they find out that people did any level of work for them on anything. But then again, like, it's not like anything I've done for a student could really be considered like I didn't do any of their research for them. I didn't do any of the, like, actual work stuff. Had to step out for a while. Welcome back, Scrooge. We're doing pipe stuff. But, like, for college students, I never did any of the actual work. I just compiled it. It's just a matter of me plugging it into the software and making something happen. But you know how colleges are. They get real upset. And understandably so. They're they're part of a multi-billion-dollar corporation, basically. Universities are always quite peevish when their integrity gets questioned. Place. There we go. go. There we go. I'm gonna be honest. Fuck college. Yeah. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed my time at college, but I didn't have to do, like, you know, my degree was way more fun for me, I guess is what I could say. But I've managed people for a long time. Like, I managed retail spaces for 10 plus years, and I worked for companies that, like, you know, that hired high school students all the time. Be like, yeah, high school students want it because it's a great starter job, and that's fine. And I'm like, that's cool. So I worked with a ton of high school students, and honest to goodness, I told a lot of them who were kind of in the similar vein of like, man, I don't know if, like, college is for me. I told them, don't do it. There's a pretty good chance that whatever you are wanting to do does not require you to go to college. So I encourage them, you know, take the reasonable, sensible route. Just, if college doesn't do it, don't do it. A little piece of paper is not going to, you know, suddenly change a ton of the kind of jobs that they're talking about picking up on. Like one guy was gonna go learn electrical, be an electrician. You don't need a college for that. You do not need a college education for that. And it pays pretty well. And so I told him, I'm like, go find a place. Find out if they're, like, you know, apprenticing or whatever. And just start learning, you know. Go home, read up on how some of this all works, and just start working for a company who will do it, who will take you on. And a few people did just that. You know what? As far as I know, very successful right now. So all the power to them. Whoop! Place the damn thing, goddamn you. Also in my own, you know, in my own sort of way, taught them, hey, stand up for yourself. Don't let people be awful. Customer service is not a great place, but you know, I was the type who would just be like, look, if the person on the other line of, like, a phone or whatever isn't gonna play ball, then I ain't playing ball either. Like, if they're gonna be the yelly, pissy, screamy type, then they cannot. But, that being said, it did build a rather interesting dynamic for me in my workplace because, again, I ran a pizzeria for, like, you know, 10 plus years, right? There would be people who would go online and complain about just me. But then I had other people, like, a lot of my customers would go online and post things in retaliation to those reviews and be like, I don't know what they're all talking about. Chris is, like, the nicest guy I've ever worked with. Like, I come in, he knows my name, we chat for like, you know, for a minute while he's making our stuff. It's like, what, like, so a lot of the reviews would end up saying something along the lines of, like, if somehow they got, you know, they got something wrong over there, that sounds like a them problem, not a him problem. So, I had a very interesting... Wait, your name isn't Egg? Nope. As it turns out, it's not. Wouldn't that be great, though? Wouldn't that be just make everything easier? But A lot of people, a lot of my customer base would just be like, yeah, he's great. I come in, he knows my name, we talk, we chat, I show up every week. Like, I kid you not, people weekly coming to my store and admitting to me, only reason I, not just because food, which, is a very obvious thing, but it's like, come back to my store just because I'm the one working and making it. I had employees say the same thing. They're like, employees stuck around way longer than they probably would have. Be like, yeah, like, you stick around because, you're running the show. And we know that it's gonna be in good hands. And, like, you're not a dick about everything. I'm like, that's right. I'm not. I strive for that, in fact. I strive to not be a bad person. Imagine that. What a concept. Getting to the age on where I have to decide what I want to do for a living. Any suggestions for a first job? Now, you might not like what I say when I say this, but I'm gonna say it. Work in retail for at least a year. At least 1 year. Get some retail experience under your belt. You wanna know why? It's going to absolutely help you in the long run. After 42 years, I still don't know what I want to be when I grow up. But I've had a stable career for the past 26 years at least. I am a big advocate for saying that people should work in retail for at the very least 1 year of their life. And if you do that, you will gain a greater appreciation for, like, what people go through, and you will become a better person as a result. You will just be a nicer person in your life. You will be patient. You will, you gain a bunch of patience by doing it. You become patient with, other workers. You become patient with other people. And the reality of the situation is, I go to places all the time now. Like, if I go to... Okay, there's a great example. I went to a Wendy's once. And it was kind of late. Also, I'm going to wrap up here in a second, but, bear with me for a story. Went to this Wendy's, and they were, super apologetic because they were it's, kind of busy. It's that about 10:30-ish, rush where everyone is we have to go get our food now, otherwise they're going to close kind of thing, And I went in, because I don't really like drive-thrus very much. But I went in, and I was just yeah, here's my order. And the lady was, super apologetic and said, that'll probably be, 6 minutes, because we need to do, she gave me a list of stuff that was, keeping them behind or whatever. And I was like, okay, cool. I'm gonna go stand right over there. You just let me know whenever. And I waited for, probably 8 minutes or so. Didn't say a word. Didn't care. And they gave me free dessert. Because they were just thank you for actually being, patient instead of throwing a fit like most people do. Here's just a free little Frosty. It's not a big one. It's not a full size or anything, but I'm just aw, that's super nice. Patience pays out dividends. And if you can learn by working in the retail space, retail will reward you. What flavor? I think it was just their chocolate one. I think it was just their chocolate Frosty, which I was sweet. The reality of it is, though, is that if you work in the space, you understand what the space has to go through and why, people label other people as Karens or whatever term you want to use for them. Like, if you are not one of those, people will be so appreciative. And it can pay out in some fantastic ways. Man, I'm so close to being done, but we are already over time. So, I'm going to find a Ratable. Let's find the Ratable. Boop. Oh, my browser can update. Neat. Who's playing video game? I saw Larry. Larry's playing... You know what? Sure. Larry's playing Yakuza still. He's only been going for 3 hours, so we'll bug him. Bug Larry. Let's get the music back. Music back. There we go. If I'm at a drive-thru, I'm going to be as nice as I can be. Anywhere. If I go to Walmart and someone's like, and if it's just slow, anywhere I go, I am probably the most patient customer that will ever walk through someone's doors. And I'll be nice, I'll be genuine, I don't care, because I've lived it. I've been through that shit. It sucks. We all get it. And, like I said, it pays itself back. People are just nicer to you. They appreciate you more. And life is just a little bit easier when you go about it like that. But anyway, thanks everyone for coming and hanging out. Thanks for the stream. Thank you, Talscam, for coming and hanging out. Headless Looney, thank you so much for the follow. Blood Princess, thank you so much for the raid earlier. I'm gonna say it. Patience and kindness is sexy. Exactly. If you're able to just if I'm at a sit-down restaurant and I'm the last one to get served, I don't care. I'll just be like, yeah, neat. Let's talk a quick schedule. Friday? Don't know. I'll talk to Grim and we'll find out if Sons of the Force is on. If Sons of the Force is not on, some Subnautica, I guess. I don't know. I'll figure it out. But yeah, until then, the timer's about to go away. So, until I see y'all again, talk to you.